Mushy, ladies and gentlemen, I am back from another glorious weekend worked. Back to the strim stram, as they like to say, and happy. Just gotta, click a few things, blow a keyboard. I really gotta buy that duster thing. I've had this duster thing sitting in my Amazon wish list cart thing for like might as well be a better half of 17 years. No. Yeah, I've just been sitting there and I'm like, no, you know what? Hot air. Nothing beats hot air at all. Start using my teeth on this damn thing. But I wanted to check out something before we jump on into the stream. Good morning, Watchy Cloud. Why isn't the captioning? Why aren't the captioning popping up? Let's get this out. I am not muted. I am not. Come on. I need to know. I don't know. Is it? Are we? Turkin? It says captioning. I don't know. I'm gonna need someone who's. Oh, maybe that's why. Oh. Oh no. Let's see if that worked. Oh! It did. Perfect. Okay. That's all I wanted to know, actually. No, I know you should be able to hear me fine. Ms. Biscuits, SGM Fiery Biscuits, was telling me about closed captioning. And I had looked at this many moons ago. Just much like the NVIDIA broadcast software and all that stuff and the fake green screen. I'll go back to that stuff. I'm very anal about stuff like this, in the way that things look. But she had mentioned that to me about closed captioning. So I went to her site that she had loaded up and followed Twitch and what they said of plugins, and it looks like it's in a good spot. So Miss Fantasy Realms, yeah, I mean, always aiming to make progress. Oh, could you just imagine that this would just be one of these Miss Fantasy. Oh, Mrs. Sure, it could be. It could. I always like forget. Like I'm like. There. Okay. I was like, oh shit, is there maintenance today? Did I miss that? So I feel someone surely would have gotten involved on that much, but yeah, I always try to come up with something. You're off today. You can play for a bit in story, and the game told me cutscenes are coming up. That would work for when I work and watch you, but I don't have the sound on. Yes, that's exactly what Ms. Biscuit said. So as far as I know, all I think you have to do is go on to like your Twitch thing at the bottom. I'm assuming that cog, that clock cog, that gear, if you will, and that might allow you to turn it on, I guess. I have no clue about maintenance. No, there is maintenance that's happening currently, but it's just for like things like world transfers, Europe. It seems to be like mod station stuff, so maybe they're finally figuring out that Visa debit card thing. I have no idea. I feel bad about people who can't pay to play with the Visa debit card thing. But I also realize it's not like a Square Enix thing. It's like a Japan thing. Like there's like those Visa debit cards are like not working for anybody anywhere, like in Japan, not just like, you know, up to and including right. Not gonna affect us now. Oh, that's right. I was doing a little bit of bard action, and we're talking it on up to Samson. I don't know if this is what leads me to get the start of the relic weapon quest. Is it really that close? 18 days ago. I guess I should probably fucking pre-order it. I mean, not that I'm going to be playing it anytime soon, but I mean, you know, I might as well get her going. I might as well actually. Well, are you showing up? Is this the Requiem of Ice? It is. And we're gonna learn another sexy move. All right, I'll grab this quest before we move on to this main SQ quest. Just wait until you get to that. I was thinking about that because they do such a good job of letting you, like, you know, buy things and still getting all of the collector's edition stuff later on. Maybe, I mean, I don't think it will go on sale anytime soon, but judging by how quickly I'm going through everything, is the only thing. I don't necessarily need to be leveling up quickly, but I was going to say, I don't know what level, what sucks. I should know. What's the new class? There's Viper, and then there's like the Painter class. I'm intrigued to play as the Painter class, or at least wanted to try it. So, I'd be curious about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm a ton of expansions behind myself, so I probably will just wait. There really is no point in getting it right now. So. Good tidings, Sebastian. We've received information from Sir Alamain regarding the Ballad of Oblivion. You will recall the woman he mentioned, the one who sends souls unto the heavens with a song. She's apparently a soldier stationed at the Convictory. Let us go there once. How about no, Sanson? Okay? How about no? How about that? Alright. Now we're truly going to go back on. I just wanted to get the quest so I can work on that another time. Head on into the Foundation at Ishgard. Teleport there? Yes. Spend a ticket? No. Don't even try. Is it Pictologist? That sounds really Pictologer. Pictologist sounds like I should be getting paid money to look at people's bums. Such wonderful music. I always hate when they do this. Where are we going? The Last Vigil. The Last Virgil. Still always sitting at the Olive Garden, eh? Sitting at the last true Pictomancer. Pictologist is better. Thank you. I knew it was something with a picto. Tatru, Alpha Note, how are you? What'd you guys get up to on the weekend, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? There you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Raban short. I wouldn't have bothered you, but the city's away and with rumors and other Dravanian attacks, and Lord Hoshifon was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of him, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so you better head on in. Worked mostly, then watched NXT last night, did groceries Saturday. Have you have you joined on in on the Loblaws boycott? Or are you much like me and just don't give a rat's ass? Because it doesn't matter. Come on in, show me the inside of the manor there. Food basics kind of guy, nothing wrong with that. My friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. As I'm sure you are aware, the Dravanians are once again gathering for war. Master Omega, Master Levillier must apologize for the abrupt summons but we thought it was best to have Mistress Tataru contact you by the most direct means possible. When the observatorium's bells toll, there's a warning, not be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. Why can't they just speak proper English instead of going around all these weird ways about it? In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west have claimed they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. What about that whale that's just floating around at the cloud tops? Aren't we worried about him? No, it's where Hans and normally takes unless I ask specifically. There's a bookstore he goes to across the street. Okay. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. But I would not have you take up arms in another one of our conflicts. First you came to Ishgard, offered you my protection, and if I cannot ensure your safety here, well, I can't accept your aid. Let's ask for it. Scions of 7th Dawn, you are faced with a choice. Remain in besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. You will fight this thing, just not right now. You have more important tasks. Oh, like what? Like, you know, going shopping for Alphanode and Tataru in Ishgard, you know. Though we flee the ends of the world, we see no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her weary defenders may take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from the storm, but I for one grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Bastion? I would stay and fight. I could also say, humph. Oh, I had a weird feeling this was about to happen. Poor Cloud's trying to redeem all these lovely points. They ain't working. So you know what? We gotta get to the bottom of that one. Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working? It's always something. It's always something. Let's get to the bottom of that first. Certain things in my streams obviously take, you know, precedence, and this absolutely is one of them. And even then the worst part is when everything says it's okay and fine, that's also the worst. Also the worst. Channel points. They're all there. Okay, that worked. Oh, you stepped on my penis! Yep. And then there was... It's 5 o'clock somewhere! How very interesting. You have 45,000 points? God dang it. What am I supposed to do about this? So why did those not work now? I always can't remember what I did to fix things. And now it's making me like, you know, like, well, let's see. Interesting. Because there's always something I would like turn off. And it does, and then it doesn't work, and I can't remember for the life of me. Like, well, shit. Like, what is it? Oh, did I? Did I delete it? Oh.
Hello, Viva.
We are in Heavensward now, Dark Fantasy Realms, and hello, Miss Biscuits. That hello people really didn't work. I just happened to be on the page that made it work. I also checked to make sure, Miss Biscuits. I have enabled the closed captioning. It looks like it's working properly. Google AI knows what I'm saying, apparently. But I can't really I can't really look and see if it's actually working. So, yeah, let's go. Yeah, I would stay and fight. Then fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandon our allies in their hour of need. I feel like we could still, abandon some people. Small people, maybe. Tataru, if you will. So how's the best way to proceed here, my friend? The choice we make this day to have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have some say. Come, let's meet all outside and discuss the path that lies before us. Yeah, I never... although I was really on the slog, that some people do say, I never really found one outside of maybe the last few... I mean, the story was always good in ARR, but like, you know, other than just like taking a while to get there, might have been just the part of the slog, but you know, we're right back on into busyness, if you will. So I think I have to add... So when I got rid of everything before and trying to figure it out, I think I'd screwed up and forgot to re-put sound alerts back on. So let me, there it is, the browser thing. Oh, okay, add existing. Maybe it'll already work. Sound alert. Oh, this is gonna be weird. This is gonna look super weird. Like, because I can't remember, like... Oh, okay. Yep. That, okay. Yep. Gotta try this again. I hope nothing pops up. To look at these see, the problem with stuff like this, you can't like really test it to know whether or not it works live or not. Like one of those weird deals. And this is now this has been brought to my attention by me. This is what pisses me off. Like, why can't Windows didn't even update, as far as I know. Settings, maybe? Where do I speak to my manager here? That's what I need to do. Setup would probably be a good one. Step 1. Implement the browser source. Good job. Play a test alert, sure. Oh, view my browser source URL. That might be good. Okay, copy that. Put this over here into some other weird penis thing. Properties. You never know, maybe they changed. They didn't change. Refresh the current cache of it, sure. Hello, I'm also here, but have a pervasive issue at work demanding my attention. With any luck, I'll be able for dungeon run at some point, but I'll like, yeah, we're good. It's early. It's early. I know. This better work.
It's 5 o'clock.
Okay, we're back in business. All we needed to do was some type of weird reset. But we're back in business. The important things work.
It's 5 o'clock.
Okay,
somewhere.
let's just relax there. Okay, all right. So first things first. That didn't look. I'm not even bothering. God damn it! No, sorry. Everything. I need to stop touching things when things work. You know what I'm saying, Mean Gene? You know what I'm saying? All right. I thought you would make your drink instantly. I mean, I'm close. I just poured a coffee. So,
cannot well endure another
to be fair,
even should her knight succeed in
I mean,
back the horde,
I do want a beer, but I literally just poured a coffee and I haven't drank it yet, and it's about due time. Somehow I always forget I have a coffee for about the first 20 minutes of a stream, and once we finish her, I'll get to her. I think we all want beer. But some of us, I mean, for me, I just got off work like 4 hours ago. But so I'm off. But some people are in the middle of their workday or just starting. Right? Not me. I think the thought is that everyone could use a drink, Dark Fantasy Realms, whether it be a red ale, a wine, or a single Labatt Blue. That's like homeless people drink right there. When you're outside the beer store or liquor store and you see them sitting outside with their giant can of Maximum Ice, 9%. And I'm sure that there have been work days where you've worked 2 hours and you were absolutely ready for that box of wine to be settled on in, Miss Biscuits. Absolutely. Un momento, por favor. Forgot to fill my cat's water, unfortunately. Hannah's parents brought it for me last Christmas. They didn't know I liked Sapporo at the time. Oh, okay, so you've had... I don't know how you fight that willpower that you've... You still had a can of beer somehow. Unless you were like Homer Simpson and hid it in like the toilet water. I mean, that's the only... If I have a beer during hot days, it has to be a nice crisp Blue Moon or Leinenkugel. Or even a Corona doesn't go amiss sometimes, but I just generally prefer wine to beer. Nothing wrong with that, Biscuits. Wolfslayer's biggest problem is people who are really inconsistent on talking to me. I'll get a message, respond immediately, then the person I'm trying to get information from just walks away and doesn't respond for 20 minutes to 3 hours. It's frustrating because I have no idea when people will get back to me or try to call me. That sounds terrible. And I would just forget about them after many moments. I love at my work. Unfortunately, a lot of time, sometimes people are waiting on when I say me specifically, I don't mean me, but people in my department for numerous things. We're sort of like that last line of things for approval sometimes. But I always appreciate when we get there on time for something, to sign off for something, and of course it happens that other people are not ready, and I always remember like my boss will chime on the radio and we'll say because we'll say over the radio or something like, where's so and so, right? They're not where they're supposed to be at the dildo factory, and it's just like, no, you know what? They can now wait an hour, type of thing. They can now wait on us, type of thing, and it's nice to have like that mentality because it's weird because it costs money, but it's not like it's money coming out of my ass. But yeah, I mean, look, I will say, Wolfslayer, I feel like I could make a lot of money by offering some type of service where if you need me to speak to someone at your work, I can do it. You know, they'll have no idea who I am. I'm currently today I can be Gary, and if they don't know who Gary is, that's their problem, right? Obviously, they should be speaking with their representatives because when Gary's getting involved, Gary's involved. You don't want Gary to be involved. So if someone's taking their sweet ass time to talk to Wolfslayer, Gary gets involved, and if Gary's involved, it's already too late for you, type of thing.
But
That's open
we have
for anybody.
It's not like we
Okay.
can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly
A single can I forgot I had in my reserve of energy drink. Oh, so it was just sitting in the background, eh? Just they're all the same size. You're like, G Fuel, Mountain Fuel, Dew Fuel. Labatt Blue? Where'd that come from? That kind of sounds like a comedian who talked about getting a wrong number and went with it. Yes, I've seen that. I know exactly what you're talking about. He gets into like a three-way with HR about a budget being wrong, and then they find out at the end, well, you better get a hold of this because I'm in California. What type of weather you got going over there, Garrett? Right? Yeah, exactly. He just bullshits it. I just need Jordan to establish his God-given right to rule so I could subsist off my P points and never work again. I mean, if we could somehow find a way to turn P points into, I'll even settle for Canadian dollar dues right now. But I don't know how it would work when I have infinite. So does that just mean I have infinite Canadian money? And then Wolfslayer poor him. He's got to turn his P points into, Canadian dollar dues. Do you think that if that was just, I have fucking I Dream of Genie come up right beside me. And I get one of those 3 wishes, and one of the things like, and you can't wish for more wishes, and blah, I'd be like, you know what? Okay, I'm a streamer. I have a thing called P points, and it's infinite. I want that to turn into real money, and not some fake, Russian ruble. I'll settle for Canadian dollar dues. So, okay, I become a god. I have infinite Canadian money. That's fine. I don't know how I extract the infinite money. It may just appear. But could you honestly live off of you watching me with the normal amount of P points that you get just by watching me? Because, I know, I think, when I'm trying to think of, when I watch someone, give or take for, I don't know, I know there's a mathematical rule to it, but I know, the first time you talk, you get, 300 points. I know if you subscribe, you get more points. I know there's, a multiplier or something, but I honestly think, if you just watch my general stream, I would assume you'd probably would be making a few $100s, at least. Now with the unfortunate Canadian dollar to American dollar exchange rate. But again, you're not actually having to do anything, right? And so, of course, if I have infinite money, it means I don't ever have to stop streaming, right?
With certain notable exceptions.
I will wait the genie to make an appearance.
You don't mean Iceheart?
I feel like we're dealing with this Iceheart lady a little bit too much.
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not?
Well, I'm not a cop.
Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
I thought the little dragon that follows me around everywhere was Nidhogg.
If there is to be a meeting, I would have.
Did I miss that part where it's no longer happening? Oh, Midgardsormr. This man is This is what I appear. This is what I would think if I met Wolfslayer in real life. Like, you know, I'd be this fucking circus midget over here. I mean, I might even actually be this circus midget over here. But, you know, I'd be just looking up upon it'd be like me looking up at like the JBL, the wrestling god, right? I'm just a little Ricochet over here, a little Orange Cassidy, just looking upon in bemusement, if that's a word, in awe, if you will.
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious
Is
time.
there not a piece of gear outside of Dragoon that just screams, I want to play that? Like, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, like, anytime I see this gear, and I know this is basically level 50 gear. You know, this is your bare bones, your base, just much as the same as like my bard gear I'm wearing. I really like that set. There's just something about this particular set or this look. It's just like, you know what, I would like to be a Dragoon. He looks pathetic next to me.
Of course, you might also...
Well, aren't you rocking something very similar? Unless you're just wearing a loincloth.
Power of the eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I for one would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words failed to find their mark. Is that clear?
I truly believe his is probably the level 50 gear. Oh my god, we're having an exchange of into light.
Perfectly. I shall assume that Isart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
Let's call him Einstein. That's it.
I am glad to be of service.
We have chosen a difficult road, and yet, even should we succeed in winning Isart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we were set forth. I only hope that Sir Amalric will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Tataru, I would ask that you remain at Forton Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. And off we go. Wake me up before you go balaga Buddha Kalimana Sanu, making up words before a forgotten night. Oh god, they're talking about crypto and the Novice Network. That's never any good. Might as well just be talking about GameStop. Welcome to the congregation. Would you like to speak to my small turtle?
I want the defenses of the Outer Ward rechecked. See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Is that guy's name Timorous? Or is that like an adjective for something?
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors. And unlike those messing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Oh, well, that's nice to hear.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your
It's
preparations.
almost beer o'clock there, Cloud. I'm almost done with my coffee.
To speak plain, We believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to...
Are you going to enjoy your sweet, sweet Labatt Blue with me?
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Yeah, exactly. Homer, do you ever drink alone? Does Lord count as someone? No. Do you hide beer in the house? Absolutely. Do you need beer to escape the realities of life? Know
that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death.
You just found out there's an episode where Bart is into Milhouse's cousin? That's gotta be one of the newer episodes. I never remember that.
The proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nid.
Sallying? Can't you find better words than this? Weren't you, educated at an esteemed university in Ishgard or something?
Dispel my misgivings. Go then. Carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Let's get to it. Alright, Alpha Node, what do you got for us here? Having secured Sir Amaric's support, we may proceed without fear of preemptive Ishgardian attack, which is not that we say that we can afford to dither. History tells us that Dravanians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over the Lady Icehawk, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you are ready, Estinian, let us be ready for our task. I should have sent you when I came across a, it's always on Twitter, X. I will never call it X. It's a nice table. You could have sex on that table, for sure. I want to talk, but this guy's going to talk.
Commotion.
There's a picture on Twitter of a guy who was living or sleeping in his Cybertruck because I guess whether it was for the internet memes or whatever, or if it was real, but so he shows he's got the back of his Cybertruck with a fucking mattress all down because his wife kicked him out to the garage because he bought a Cybertruck. So someone put into the you'll love this, Cloud. So we remember where Milhouse's dad Kirk moves on out to the singles apartments that are across from the Arby's, and he has a race car bed. So someone, photoshopped a Cybertruck where the bed was. These things write themselves. Yeah. I sleep in a Cybertruck, do you? Yeah. And then someone was saying the actual video of the guy showing his setup in the Cybertruck. Everyone's like, does this guy know that the Cybertruck is an airtight seal apparently? So if this guy's an idiot and shuts the truck, let alone being in his garage, it's not like he can turn it on and have the internal combustion just put him out of his misery. But there's no air in the airtight seal.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming.
They're coming for your ears, Thordon.
Let them come. in their hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us.
That guy must have some absolutely wonderful dinner parties right there.
And when we have rid the world
gonna
of
come,
their
alright.
pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Asian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable...
You know this guy's got some money. This guy's got individual lanterns on each chair.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
Is this guy up to no good now?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader...
That little smirk that he just did. I saw it. I saw it escape through that beard of his. Listen to Gandalf.
The root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this Warrior of Light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
What did you get up to on the weekend there, Wolf Slayer, if you're still here listening to me? My beautiful voice talking to you. There's closed captioning now. You want to turn that on so you can always at least know what I'm talking about. You know, you might not have your ears bleed from me saying the most dreaded words. But what if you could see the words? Blind people are going... No. Deaf people are going crazy about it, right? I already do enough damage to blind people's ears.
For the glory of King Thorin.
I'm sorry, what just happened? Someone just glowed blue. And they sound like Lord Zed. Did someone just turn into an Autobot? Or a Decepticon? Oh, wind up Alpha Node. Before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. Then I shall await you at Saint Renet's Forum. Hey friend, we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. That no need of reminding. Come, Bastion, let's head back to Fort Thompson Manor. Love just like, oh, follow me here, follow me there, la-dee-dee-dee, la-dee-dee-da. As if I just get to go at their whim at every goddamn moment. The last Virgil, again. That's free. Ah, get out of the bushes. Yes, I want to go back inside the manor again. With a matter of discussion. Small Lalafell. Our course is set, Tataru. It may be some time before Bastion and I return to Ishgard. Oh, well, just be careful, alright? I mean, Owen, don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news for our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it's you, Tataru. Farewell for now. Oh, and before you go, you must put this on, Alphanode. I made it specifically for you. For you! Oh, no, I couldn't pop. Very well. Did he give us a new coat? A hat, perhaps? Did we get a new vest? Buy the 12. It fits perfectly, and the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I mean, I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. Oh, my thanks, Tatru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. What's the least I could do? Now, I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. Now, I can't not go and grab a brew when someone mentions the word tavern. Alright? Might as well go and grab one. People have been bugging me for it. You sometimes gotta give the people what they want. I wish I could do that. I know that they're not the best friends anymore, but you remember how they did like that zoom in on that big giant hug that they all did? I wish I could like somehow do that with... It's too much. I'll be right back. Cloud, if I may interject, I don't know specifically if the area is correct, but I want to say, like, if you were like me, and like as soon as like level 50 came across, you stopped doing your class quests. I went and found the guy that did all those quests. And I am starting to believe, I could be wrong, but it sounds like that's gonna lead me there. That's my guess. It sounds like it. Because there's many quests left, but I don't hold me to that. I mean, you know, a simple goggle search will take you where you need to go, but, oh. It's 5 o'clock somewhere! I haven't had one of these in a while. An extra pale. I don't know why they call it that. Rolling Rock. But she'll go down the hatch just as good. Glug, 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 glug. Beat. So I learned on the internet different ways of pouring beers, apparently. I know I have to go and see Geralt. The guy from Witcher 3? That guy? Henry Cavill? Could be. Alright, leaving the manor. Back on into it. Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Geralt the guy that was like the level 50 Dragoon guy? Because if he is, then that sounds like that's gonna track for what even I have to do, type of thing. Estinian, hello. Have you said your farewells then? Oh, I mean, we're ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Well, very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? Well, in the absence of the fresh intelligence of Ysaele's movements, I suppose we pick up the trail where she was encountered last, the Kurthis Western Highlands. I've already done Monk and Dragoon, but was going to do Ninja in the meantime and just can't remember where he is located again. He's the blacksmith. Oh! I do remember somewhere in the is it the Black Shroud? Where that guy is. Now that you mention it, I remember going there. All I remember about the relic weapons was that it was a slog to get, but I did like doing it. But I know that there was a book, and the book required you to do things, and it was just basically like a check-off list. So like, I think they gave you the weapon, and then the more you completed of the book, the more powerful the weapon became. And you had to do things of like, you had to do fates, you had to do dungeons, and I'm sure there was a couple of, fetch quests of fucking over a couple of squirrels to get their furry tails or something. And then, then you got the weapon. So like, I want it just purely for the looks. Like I always did like, much like how I'm wearing the gear, much like how Estinian has, the Dragoon gear. This game did that very well. I love me the level 50 gear and the relic weapons. Like it screams your class, if you're asking me. Well, let us speak with Sir Redwall, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it is like you'll know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. So, where are we heading? The Western Highlands. That I can do. Is this even leading to where I want it to go? You gonna open up this sesame door for me? Yes. Alright, I'm out of meetings that I actually need to pay attention to. Just gotta get the pup out for her morning bathroom break. Then I'm all yours if you need. Why is this not opening? Like, really, game? Really? Found it North Shroud. Interesting. Eat. Like, then that leads to nothing. Why can I not go out that way? What is it about that specific area that you do not want me going out? This is just like the worst type of shit. Of like, really, are you preventing me from going somewhere? Maybe, just maybe. I'm missing something. Is it this way? No, that's even worse. What is it about this specific? Like, I can't. Do I need to talk to somebody? Is there? Oh. Like, if you didn't want me to go this way, why would you have that open up? Problem. At least but if it won't do you any good if you haven't got wings. I have a black chocobo. Oh, I guess my black chocobo isn't as good enough for your black chocobo. Guess we're just going to go and travel there. God. What an annoyance. Anyways, cheers. The best part of waking up is a rolling rock in your glass. So is North Shroud just the one for just Dragoon? Or is it literally for everybody? Or at least everybody's starting class that was starting in Gridania, which a Lancer, a Archer, and a Conjurer would get them. All weapons, okay. I'll have to go there then. Well, Master Omega, what business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. The Azure Dragoon? I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. Alphanode Leverlier, at your service. And You are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwall. As I'm sure you are aware, the Observatorium has warned that the Dravanians gather for another assault. We believe that there may well be a way to avert the coming conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus have we come to Falcon's Nest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movements. Yeah, I sent him the right way, Cloud. Biscuits. We sent him right where. But you know, I feel like I absolutely want the bullshit. Absolutely. You know, that's me. My middle name is bullshit. Well, I see. I mean, then you would be best served by speaking directly to my men. The patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge of Gorgagne Mills. It is possible they have unearthed information that could be of use to you. Mr. Omega knows the place well to speak of, for he was the one that discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I'll stay and wait the return of the patrol while you two visit this refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, I will join you there. They streamlined the process immensely for other relic weapons. So what do you mean other weapons? Like, so are all the level 50 ones a pain in the butt, but then like different ones? Like, I guess I should ask, is there relic weapons for every expansion? Oh, well, that's cool. Takes a special kind of weirdo me as well, to want to get the other relic weapons, thank Christ, yeah. Or at least for, you know, the ones that you're going to be playing as, right? Alright, so where are we heading here? Oh my god, I thought that said Black Iron Bulge, and I was like, wow, I was out there. So, I just was pointing out, you know, for my own necessity. We're on our Black Chocobo. We can't fly yet. I remember something being mentioned about an ether current or an aether current and a compass. I don't know if this compass is like a passive item that's always on. Or, okay, travel. Ether currents. So, like, is this like, I don't know what it just pointed at there. Like, this information it's giving me. Like, do I need to do something? Open my is this the menu I want? I'm probably on a wrong menu. Open menu. Like this menu? That's pretty main as you get. We'll get there. The big menu with everything. Could you dumb it down a little bit there for me, Doc? This one? I know it's hard to see. Oh my god, Jordan, the menu has the columns for character and all. Oh, this? You could have said character menu? No. This is rather embarrassing. I don't... Is there something just called menu? The one where you go to start a duty. Okay, this... Okay, oh, shit. Okay, there's like recommendations, collection, key items, journal. Then there's timers at the bottom. That's not the menu either. Like, then there's this. Okay. We'll get there together. Like at the very bottom behind my beautiful face, there's character, duty, logs, travel, parte, social, and then system. I mean, this is probably the time where I don't want to be wasting time, like, if I'm missing ether currents, whatever the fuck they're called. But I just need to know, like... and we talked about this. The game does not really do a good job of explaining... Like, I remember, like, they gave me a black chocobo and this compass. I don't know where this compass is. Like, I really don't. Like, maybe it's here. I don't know. Titan's heart, Tit's heart. I don't know. I don't see a compass. It might be a key item for all I know. I think it's under duty. There's a submenu called collections. Look for that. Collection. There it is. Oh, okay. I was just gonna. Do I have to freaking hit this thing? So it's not like it's not on all the time. I have to keep hitting that thing when I want to find an ether current. You have to use it. It'll tell you where. Oh, forgot. And so again, making sure I'm proper here. The more the more currents you get, that's more like, you know, that's how you fly essentially, right? What on earth is the Mogpendium? What the fuck is this thing? Is this like your equivalent of dailies that I never knew about? Oh, I can't be looking at this right now. Regardless. All right, so northwest, apparently there's going to be one. You have to collect all the currents in an area to fly. Oh, for God's sake. So how many currents are there? This is rather annoying. I really would have thought, like, I wouldn't expect it to be like World of Warcraft where you just like go and buy flying, but I mean, like, really, this is what you want me to do? I mean, I want it. Oh, is that? No, that's not even where I want. Where am I going? Okay, I'm going straight north. God damn it. Some are found via the compass and others are side. Oh, for God's sakes, they've offloaded these things into side quests. And there's no way of finding them on the map. Like, just so I'm clear, like this thing that says the Pike, Greytail Falls, the Warrens, those aren't those are just areas, right? Those are places. I'm assuming it's probably around here. It did tell me to go northwest, but it's still, or it's probably here by the Convictory, if you will. My God, what an annoyance this will be. I want to make sure that I can get back over there. Did that before. Problem is, without being able to fly, you know, this is a big bridge, and you know, you don't want to be in that gorge. They want to explore the world, and that takes. Hey, I get that. I absolutely get that, and I don't have a qualm with that. That makes sense to me. So okay, so one further follow up. The travel log. What do these things mean? Like, it looks like there's five red things, and then there's 3 blue ones and then a green one. You know, and I can click on it, but it just sort of takes me like when I click it, I just hit it. Is that like that does look like centralized, probably where that one is taking me. Probably. It did say, you know, northwest. But so those are the currents. If you pop the compass right now, it should tell you about one nearby. Yeah, 486 yalms to the north. Oh god, do not run into that guy. He'll probably murder me. But I'm going to get no other information in regards to that other than just like, you know, 349 yalms to the north. Interesting. All right. Like I gotta be bound, and it's just like a little like green thing that looks like the wind, right? $112 to the northwest. Northeast. Ah, it's got to be this thing. Perfect. Okay, so giant, big green thing. Okay. So as long as I sort of have an idea of what I'm looking for. So, oh, that was convenient. So if I look at the travel, look at the eighth occurrence. Okay, so now I have two. Okay. So what's the difference between the red and the blue? So I've got two of the blue ones. I guess it looks like, you know, there's a foot. There's a foot icon. Which means I'm assuming you find them by foot, and the red ones are tied to quests. All right. Makes sense. Thank you. The expedition leader, Master Omega! Our findings, you say. Well, there is something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadowy of great white beasts. It would seem the heretics foresaw our forthcoming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. And you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves. Alright then. Weren't we here before when we were looking for, like, Lady Iceheart? Or Mr. Polar Bear. He didn't deserve that. What happens if you click, if you open your map and click on the side quest you can see on the map? Nothing. Like I can hover over it and it gives me the name of the quest, but nothing if I click on it or anything. Gotta be like a secret entrance. What are they? Are they harboring polar bears in here? So nice of them to keep the lights on down here. Oh god! That's your big boy. Alright, so you actually have to go to them and see what rewards include. Yes, pretty much. Slay the beast within the Gangrene Hills. I mean, it looks like some people live nicely down here. Rather nicely. Alright, thanks for your help, Alpha Node. Thank you. Appreciate it. The beasts are slain then? My thanks, Master Omega. May we return to our duty without a fear of a mauling. A little wind-up Alpha Node. Very nice. Did you hear the next Call of Duty is 300 gigabytes? Yes. Yes, I did. I saw a little bit of the Xbox show yesterday. More useless materia. I mean, already, I think even the current one, I think is close to 200 gigabytes. If not, I always heard, like, I'm not really a player of the Call of Duty series, but and whether or not this changes because they're now part of Microsoft. But I always heard of, like, they had very poor optimization, and that's why their games were so big. World of Warcraft suffered from this for the longest time, until I would say maybe a couple expansions before, where they would just, like, anytime they would add something, MMOs are a different thing, but so anytime Call of Duty would add new things, or, you know, whether it be skin, you know, all of that stuff, they would just plop it on top, and they would never optimize or work things through to, like, oh, if it's using the same asset, you can pull that, and so you don't have to just keep dumping more and more and more. Like, they always used to do that. I don't know if that's been fixed. That's why their games always became so big. And like I said, World of Warcraft did the same thing of just constantly putting things on top, on top, on top. And, you know, whenever the problem was always, like, whenever a giant patch would hit, or a hot fix, every once in a while there'd be one where it needed to re-download everything, because something, like, you know, they did some work and they realized that it broke something, you know, from 2 expansions old, so they have to redo, you know, they have to reload the assets. And because people, you know, some people did not have the greatest of internet, so telling these people, like, oh, you might have to download 300 gigabytes, you know, after, you know, maintenance, nobody was interested in that. So they optimized it a little bit better so that wasn't a problem. Final Fantasy Reborn's about 129 gig. I mean, an MMO is not shocking to me, the size. No, I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, and Rebirth, you know, obviously the graphical assets nowadays, you know, you have to remember, of, like, we're in a realm of 4K, right? Those assets are huge. I mean, you can just see the size of things. I just look at an everyday normal, you know, picture or a video, like a movie or something, like, you know, when you're having 4K assets, you know, that's a lot of extra stuff you have to do. Obviously, was only 95 gigabytes. Yeah, that's a lot though. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart. Is that not so? The records we discovered are that this beast mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. We now had the luxury of pursuing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving the onslaught of fang and claw, but I'd wager those epistles contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray that the gods lead us right onto an Iceheart's door. It is hardly a choice at all. Yeah, I would assume, like, going forward that every expansion, like, again, I can't remember because I sort of downloaded everything sort of at once, but I mean, you know, ARR was, you know, was around for a little bit, so it would probably be my assumption that every expansion beyond that is going to be, you know, 50 gigs at least. And again, with people have really good internet, mostly, unless you live out in the sticks of bumfuck Idaho or something. You know, most people are downloading those things within an hour or two nowadays. It's not that big of a deal. That's generally why, like, I mean, again, Xbox had a relatively good show yesterday. I wasn't overly interested in too many things, but people did like the show. But they introduced, you know, their diskless versions of their consoles, and so people are not happy about that. But, like, that's all I heard of, like, when the Xbox One that they sort of screwed up. Was it Don Matrick who said, like, you know, we're done with discs. We're just going to have a digital system. And Cat, well on our way. 5 o'clock somewhere for sure. Europe, absolutely. How are ya? The discussion of toilets. Right? I mean, I'm one that I don't mind. I couldn't tell you, like, probably in all honesty, I think Persona 5, the original, was my last physical game I had bought. Outside of Switch games, of course. But the thing is with the Switch, they get it right still. I mean, people dump on fucking Nintendo all day. But there's nothing more annoying than when you buy a disc and then they still just install it onto your hard drive, right? Like that's my sort of issue with that, right? Is a lot of people are buying a physical copy and then it's still just installing it to the hard drive, like as if you just might as well have downloaded it, you know, and then, you know, it throws you, because, you know, there's a lot of that stuff where you can't play it even if you still have the disc, right? It tells you, like, oh, not gonna work, sorry. Yeah, if you don't have internet, we have a product for you, the Xbox 360. Yeah. I go for the cheapest option, physical's off now. Yeah, they do. There's nothing wrong with what anybody chooses to do, but I really think we are probably now getting close to that time of where there won't be an option for physical media anymore. It will just be downloads. But as I was going to say, sort of a follow-up, the problem has always been, like, you know, I know not everyone has the best internet everywhere, and especially if we're talking about if someone wants to play the brand new Call of Duty that's coming out that's 300 gigs, you know, if you live in a very rural area and you do not have internet that's good, are you waiting days to play that? And, you know, hoping to God that a tornado doesn't rip through and rip up, or a koala doesn't eat your internet fiber, or what? I have no idea. GameStop is gone from Upper James, Limeridge, Eastgate, and Barton. Wait, I was literally just there when I got my hair cut, and it wasn't even looking like it was closing. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. I can read. Upper James. That doesn't shock me at all. I assume that was just like they probably just waited until their lease was over. But like I'd been there in a couple times. It was a nice sized store with zero traffic. Unfortunately, that's what you get when you're going to be in a in sort of a strip mall, if you will, right? Like, it's not a bad mall for a strip mall, but that's not the type of foot traffic you're gonna get for that type of thing. Yeah. Splendid. Added to the contributions from Master Levelier and Sir Estenin, we have now more than a dozen letters. What did you get up to on the weekend, Kat, if you don't mind me asking? How was it? I assume you constantly every weekend for every hour, you know, comes around dinner time around the table, just you and your boyfriend are just chatting about Dutch toilets, right? You both have a toilet set up, you sit backwards on it, you put your food there, you know, that's all that, right? What's your go-to Chinese dish? What have we here then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gorgagne Mills, heretics and their fellows in the Alpha Amphitheater. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and the manner of provisions. Iceheart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Shrimp fried rice. Had Japanese lessons, streams, plates. Which Zelda? Still Tears of the Kingdom, I would assume, right? I think you mentioned that beforehand. I'm trying to remember. The Alpha Amphitheater. Could they make these things any more complicated to say? The very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva, was it not? Is that our destination? The journey will be long indeed. The amphitheater lies on the other side of a treacherous tract of ice and snow that cannot swiftly be crossed. And we must place our faith in the Aethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend Moonbrida succeeded in recreating the Aka Alpha beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, it was assumed that the resultant aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given that the heretics of Gorgagne Mills seem to be in regular contact with their brethren at the amphitheater, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make way for the aetherite within Snowcloak. Oh, was working the turkey through without delay. Oh, jeez. Correct me if I'm wrong, Eston, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands. Was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the aetherite from this side of the wall? Should. House Durandare posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. So am I just traveling there? Is that where we're going? This isn't anywhere near where I currently am. Oh, for God's sakes. There's like no quick way there. All right. I don't know if anyone else follows, like, I mean, I know I always speak about the emulating scene and everything like this. I just come across, so I have been looking at playing Zelda Ocarina of Time as well as Majora's Mask. I never played Majora's Mask, and I never really played Ocarina of Time to really some large extent. And so I've always wanted to play them on stream. So for Ocarina of Time, there's a thing called the there's a decompilation, is what they call it. For basically, it's they take the source code and they decompile it, and then it allows it to be modded and everything. So I have that on my PC. Ocarina of Time runs beautifully. Then someone new has found out another way for these old games, and particularly they've chosen Majora's Mask, and there is a new thing called recompiling. And none of this is illegal or anything like this. That no one's stealing source code or something like this. It's perfectly legal. It essentially almost makes like as if Majora's Mask, and they are working on Ocarina of Time to essentially almost be essentially a PC port. Right out of the box. Like, you have to provide the game file essentially. But I did look at the Majora's Mask one, and like literally, you go to GitHub, you get the file, and it's got everything that you would want right off the hop. The game looks great. It has widescreen support. It works with your controllers. It runs 60 frames per second out of the box. No, no massaging, no nothing. And so I was gonna wait until they do both Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask is already done. But it did tickle my fancy of like, well, if they're probably working on it, this thing doesn't take long. They're using AI to recompile the folders essentially of the game. So we are certainly looking to it. So because I had sort of discussed of what my next games will be after I feel like I'm not close to finishing Baldur's Gate, nowhere near this, but Cold Steel 4 is certainly looking like it'll wrap up soonish. Okay. Now are we going? Okay, it looks like it's just down there somewhere. Jordan on the hub. On the hub, eh? Which type of hub? Porn hub that they speak of? Oh god, there's still people down here. Oh, the GitHub, of course. Oh. Me and my dirty mind already went somewhere. Is there like an easier way down here? But I mean, you know, if anyone knows, like, I mean, I've talked about this before. I did use Yuzu, which was the Switch emulator at times. We discussed this last stream. They sort of got a little stupid and were having access via a Patreon, making money. So, you know, they're all shut down. There is another Switch emulator called Ryujinx, which doesn't want people's money. And of course, that one is still up and running. It's good to have those things, like, you know, to see how like a game could run on the PC. It's always interesting because, you know, you just throw your file of your game on there that you own of your Switch game, and, you know, you can see how well it runs. You know, everything's not fantastic or anything, but there's a few games that run extremely well, obviously. The guests of House Full Attempts, accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you out this far, but you're welcome to enter the tunnels if that is your will. Assuming the XIV beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. Looks like I have myself a duty. What an impressive structure. I wonder how many ages it has endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Oh, look at them. Are they gonna poke me with their sticks? Dogs of Ishgard, it is enough that you banish our beloved saint. Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay with your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. I mean, we only wish to speak with your mistress, that we might find a broker of peace. Do you think us fools, boy? Will not take more honeyed your English words to earn our trust. You walk with Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers, may dragon wings bear us to victory. Oh, I'm just gonna cut off their heads then. Take out the healers, of course. They will never have a chance ever again. More people, eh?
Your guard is down.
Sorry, what are you saying? God. No, don't attack me. I'm pretty. Oh, for God's sake. I was just gonna be like, oh, are we done here? Are we done? No, why would we be done? Should not have come here, Ishgard. Oh, what is it that you don't want us to find around here? Are you all having sex with Lady Iceheart? Just taking turns like some giant orgy that you could only find in Amsterdam? Safe words being Club Wundersex and Aflusenschlagen. Yesterday I made Greek raps kind of like a gyro. Or a gyro. Louis Swa. Or no, Louis Sta. Interesting how the wording of that. I was like, what? We're fighting that guy? I think he mixed up Berlin with Amsterdam. Perhaps. But, you know, Europe's a small place, you know? Hop, skip, and a jump and a train ride, and you are there, right? Nowhere near Berlin, right? Your boyfriend came from Berlin, took 7 hours. What was he walking? Surely Berlin isn't that far. Tops maybe like an hour and a half plane ride, right? That's the train, okay. Now is that like a steam train, Cat? Or are we talking bullet trains like in Japan? Did you ride the bullet train when you were in Japan? Neither. Ow, he fell on top of my boob. The good old Deutschbahn. Oh. Okay. Of course I took the Shinkansen. I'm sure I butchered that as well. Multiple times. Oh, very cool. I can't imagine what that must be like, just because, like, you know, we relatively have commuter trains out here. Like, I mean, I can get to Toronto in 45 minutes on the train. But, you know, like, the funny thing is of, like, that's just to beat the traffic. Like, if there was no traffic, I could get to Toronto driving in 45 minutes. But, like, because it's just absolute death to get there, you would never do that. But, we don't have any fast trains here. I can't even like picture like going, you know, the speed of an airplane, you know, on a train. But those Japanese, they figure it out. They know what they're going on about. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. Can anyone check with me and make sure that the closed captioning is working? There should be an option for most people to just turn it on. I want to know. I mean, it tells me on OBS it's working, but everyone is watching on mobile or something, and so I don't know. We have 3 main ones here, but they don't go super fast. One to Frankfurt, one to London, and one to Paris. Yeah, like we have we do have like there's in Canada there's a Via Rail train that, you know, you can go to New York, you can go to Chicago, but it's commuter speed. You know, like nothing probably much faster than probably 75 miles an hour type of thing. But like I do watch a few videos on YouTube about people who travel on the trains, like to go to nice places. They look like they're a good option of traveling, but you know, obviously they are not the fastest. So it's funny. I thank you for introducing me to this. It's good that I found it. I want my stream to be more approachable for people who may or may not be able to listen to me. Thank God for that, right? But they changed the plugin, so it's funny like how you mentioned it, and then I said like, oh, OBS used to have a plugin, but there was like it was very simplified. It was on or off, and it just was always on. Like, so there was no like a toggle of turning it off. So now that when I looked at it, they changed all the things. So the one that I have now that I chose is an OBS plugin. It's toggleable. It apparently uses Google AI to figure out what I'm saying with very, very minimal latency or delay. And so I would assume it's pretty close to what I'm saying with all of my Canadian bullshit that comes out. And that's fantastic. I'm happy to hear that. No sign of Lady Iceheart. Not even question one of them? What would you even ask that we do not know already? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should we ambush await us, it is certain that there will be more heretics to question. Your high-speed trains go 300 kilometers an hour. That's pretty good. But so are those would those be the ones that would go to Frankfurt, London, and Paris? I guess just the question is whether or not it's cheaper than an airplane, right? Okay. I thought the Japanese train went like 500 or 600 kilometers an hour. Unless like maybe that's a specific one, but like they're like I know they have like commuter trains, and they have like the bullet train, and I don't know if it was the one that you talked about or if they have multiple of them or those, but like I thought that thing went like 600 kilometers an hour. The Cinders, you say? I confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhaps you would be so good as enlighten us, Eston? Suspect it's the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told the Azure Dragon of the age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a struggle, the mighty creature had weakened unto the point of death and forced into a magic slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy Sea's sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top, but you may be assured I speak true. Really? I feel I have seen. Now maybe this is maybe there is a train that does go like 500-600 kilometers an hour in Japan, but maybe it's like not like, maybe they don't ever take it up to that speed if they don't need to, type of thing. I could have sworn I saw like a Tom Scott YouTube video or something of or someone riding on one and just going like, you know, they can't believe you're hitting that speed, and they're like, it doesn't even feel like you're moving, type of thing. Like it's so comfortable. Well, a fascinating tale. We should make haste to the Ashen Isle. I mean, and to be fair, I mean, 300 kilometer train, 300 kilometer an hour train is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. That is ridiculously quick. The Dreaming Dragon lies far to the west, but before we approach the frozen beast, there's another place I would like to visit first. I'm told the convictors have set up camp in the Twin Pools. Their leader, Jantalot, may have information for us to use, but mayhap you are not familiar with that name either. The convictors are dragon slayers after a fashion, but I am willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. I think they're developing a maglev train that might be it. That might be it. And it probably, like, you know, and I think it goes obviously quite far. Like we need to have a train that's fast. You know, you don't want it stopping like a commuter train every fucking, 30 kilometers or whatever. So obviously it probably would go somewhere like, starts in Tokyo, probably goes up to, what's up at the top? Sapporo? I don't know. Somewhere else down in probably the southeast or southwest, sorry, or whatever. I don't know. You've been to Japan? I have not. I just dream. Hello, DJ. Expect me just to walk through. Put me down here. I gotta run into Bergthers. Seems China already has a megalith in Shanghai that goes 480 kilometers now. Wow. But does it work though? That's the important thing. Happy Monday. I don't think there's anybody except for maybe me. And I think Cloud has the day off too, celebrating a Monday. But happy days regardless. These happy days are yours and mine. These happy days are, for all the people that are over the age of 92. Get to enjoy weird days off. Straight to the west. Should be able to find that one maybe. This is rather annoying to have to constantly hit that thing. The drilling's supposed to happen both days, but no one has come yet. Oh, for God's sakes, that sounds terrible. I mean, that shouldn't take them long. I mean, outside of, I'm trying to remember, did you have Did you have carpet or did they remove it already type of thing? And oh, for fuck. Really? It does 19 miles in 8 minutes. An airport train. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Laundromat is supposed to be blocked off to finish the drilling tomorrow. Interesting. Probably around here where this area is, would be my guess. Let's look for a green. Not close enough yet. So today my place gets drilled in the floor. Then I'm thinking the pip gets connected tomorrow. So like, can I ask? Like, I assume are they giving everybody a washer and dryer? So, like, are they getting rid of the laundry room? Ms. Biscuits and I have some free time if you're in the mood to run. Oh, I would like to run something. Would love to run something. I don't think there's anything obviously up and running, but you're free until 2 of your knowledge. All right, let me find where this silly compass is. It's gonna take me. 83 yams. Gotta be this way. Ah, right there. Just missed it. Trying to think, would I want to do something with my Dark Knight again? Or I guess I should find out. I mean, I know Cloud's probably going to be absolutely DPS. So I'll ask. I'll throw it to the peeps. You're a ninja now. What are you guys feeling? Invite to a party. Invite to a party. Just waiting on you, Koro. You can tank? Okay. Let me see what level my let me heal, if you don't mind. I should put the hat on just for the kicks. Right? Look at this glorious bastard. How do you not take me seriously in this world? My fucking clown suit, like the fucking clown that I am. Jesus fucking Christ. And it's a fucking embarrassment. But, you know, so it was free. And, you know, and I do look pretty. Mr. Maru has logged in. All right. So, Mr. Biscuit, do you mind dipping the DPS? Do you mind dipping your penis into the DPS for whatever it is that we get? Why is this turtle floating? I feel like, I mean, I don't mind, but he clearly is a sea. Maybe that's why he's floating. You know, because he's a sea turtle. He's cute as fuck. Red Mage, in fact. telling you right now, there's Shane Nefel. None of this garbage just standing in fire, okay? I'm not gonna heal you. After, can we do Amtabor Keep? I need to do that one next. Of course we can. Of course we can. Can we even do it right now? What level is that one? Is that like, I don't even have that. Level 50 dungeon. Where the fuck is that one? How do I not have that? What the hell's flying around me? Stop moving! Is that one I don't have? It apparently looks like I don't have it. Regardless. We'll do a duty roulette right now. It's an optional dungeon from ARR. I mean, if he needs it, I'll go and get it. If you guys want to do that one, we can do that. I'll have to know where it is though. So I have no fucking idea. All right, Ms. Biscuits, are you also cool with it? I mean, we don't really care about Wolfslayer and his take on things, but, you know. Oh, look at you with your flippy, floppy shit there. Is that like an emote? Let's maybe keep it in first gear around here there, Ms. Biscuits. No, you should be okay. You work for it here, I see. The blind leading the blind. Did we forget something? Do we have to pick something up? You hate this place. This is a relatively early dungeon, isn't it? Like, I mean, judging by the level here, obviously, but drillers are here. Oh, for God's sakes. Of all the time. Why don't you tell them you're playing the MMO fantasy game known as Final Fantasy XIV. It'd be great if he has his you know, his computer up so they can hear me. I can speak ill of the drillers. Probably best I don't do that. Yeah, I mean, we're among friends here. Tell them that I stream to millions. They should know the name. Yeah, I'm Jordan. God damn it. I wouldn't be able to do that. Like, if I had someone coming into my apartment, I'd be like, all right, I'm done streaming for the day. I wouldn't even care if they were only going to be here for like fucking 5 minutes. I'd be like, nah, fuck. I don't know. I can't control these people. I would just need them to look over and go, what are you doing over there? Are you streaming? You a streamer? Yeah. What's your name? Ninja. Co-Carnage. Well, I thought you had blue hair. Nope. No blue hair here. It's all an effect. Photoshop. You need me to talk louder while they're drilling, Y2 Cloud? So you can hear me yell at you? That was quick. Did they just have to look at where they were going to be drilling a hole, or did they literally drill a hole and that was just it? Just like, you know. He literally drilled and left. Good for him. That's a man who probably is getting paid by the job. Not by the hour. No dicking around. God damn it, Cloud. Just standing while a bomb's about to go off. Doctor's chain quaff. Poor Scythe Mantis, you never saw it coming. He had a family. And you didn't give a rat's ass. Do people still try to put up notes about the terrible company that bought your building still? And then do they rip it down, or are they like, nah, there's no winning against the corporations? Oh God, might actually have to heal somebody. Oh my God, someone's taking damage. Oh my God, they're poisoned. No, that was not what I wanted. God damn it. There we go. They sent a slip the other day for another meeting making a tenant union. Oh, for God's sakes. A tenant union. The only things that I've ever heard about in regards to those were co-ops. But those are different. Like, that's not like a union. That sounds like they're trying to make an HOA, but from the tenant perspective. And they're unfortunately going to find out that the majority of people do not give a rat's ass. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't care about joining a tenant union, even knowing that stuff about like your new, the new ownership group. But as I said to you, all you really just need to know is you just got to know your rights. That's all. That's what these people thrive upon. In these things is that they rely upon people not knowing their rights, and just assume of like, oh, we can just get rid of these people, that we don't have to do anything for them, and yeah, justice for it. I mean, as someone again who lives in an older unit like yourself, I mean, I put my air conditioning unit in like the second it was fucking hot out. Like, I get that there are people like. I understand air conditioning is expensive. The units are not cheap. Those window banger units or those portable units, for a good one, you're looking at $400 or $500. They're expensive, right? So to someone who might be living, can't afford to buy one, they're just going to be forever hot. That sucks. But I mean, like, I don't really know what the fix is for that type of thing. I mean, I would love if they would put in like those actual like units like that. They put one of those wall units like in everybody's apartment. That'd be great. I'd love that. But will they? I don't know. Yeah, it's funny. Like of all the like, there's one in our bedroom. There's one in our living room. Cloud, get out of there. Like, I would love to not have these and just have those wall units that you can get. But I know, like, obviously they're fucking expensive. Stay out of the purple, Cloud, for fuck's sakes. Don't make me make an example out of you. When the water goes purple, stay the fuck out of it. It's not like the song about purple water or something, okay? I was itching my hand. I hate how a dot cannot go on this thing while it's impenetrable at the moment. That's terrible. I hope. Oh, I always forget about my food. Thank you about the lovely reminder. Yeah, it's funny, like, my son's room, we have a fan in there, and, I mean, although we haven't really had, like, an overly hot, like, August day, like, it's pretty comfortable in there. Which is weird, like, it's honestly, it probably makes more sense now that I am not in there anymore with my computer just blowing hot air in there 24/7, because I always thought it was, like, a little warm in there. But obviously, like, you know, it's not a small room, but I mean, it's, that was probably always the deal of, like, you just have a computer on in a small space all the time. It's going to make a room hotter than it should be. And now that it's not in there, it's actually quite comfortable. The Ludus door. Is this where the Quaaludes are? God damn it, ad breaks. God damn it, Twitch. Are you never happy with the money that you get? Alright, look at this guy. Tangata. What a lovely name that is. I'm gonna tickle his furry behind. God damn it, Cloud, get out of the fire! How do you not see that? Are you blind? The fuck did I tell you about the fucking fire and standing in it? I should just let him die. Ignore the ads, just the sprites, yeah, and the flaming balls. Ow, hit me with some scorched earth. That's one thing World of Warcraft allowing ads or mods or add-ons, if you will, and I don't want Final Fantasy XIV to allow mods because I think it really hurts the game overall. But an interesting point of view. That I always had a mod or an add-on that was called GTFO, get the fuck out. And so anytime you were standing on something that you were taking damage, it would beep at you like a giant alarm. So like, you know, if you ever got like what I'm assuming that Shane gets, Y2 Cloud gets, tunnel vision, just stuck in that zone of just poking something's rear end, you know, it'd be screaming at you like, oh, I'm standing in something terribly, terribly wrong. I shouldn't be there. Otherwise, he has to deal with just me yelling at him. Alright, so I need to go find this other dungeon that you'd like to do, if you guys are up for another one. So I have to find where this dungeon is. Just let me hand in this one quest. Which one did you say it was? It is talking about China. China. Amdapur Keep. Amdapur Keep. All right, we gotta find where that is. Well, well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the convictors, are we? A hard-eyed lad looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. I give you 3 days before the wilds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? You're not so quick to judge. I've seen this frail youth follow heretics with a flick of his wrist. Oh, and you are to question me? By the fury! That armor, that lance, that Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp? Oh, forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Jantalot, leader of the convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. I ask that winds fair or foul carry you into our humble camp. There are quite a few ARR optional dungeons though. They're not sure where Amdapur Keep's unlock is. Cloud, do you know where it is so I can just go there? I don't know why they're uptight about it. I think it's that it needs to be professionally installed if going. Yes, Cloud, I can fill you in. We have the same rules, like, you know, because we used to have the same building owner. It was a couple years ago, unfortunately, in Toronto. It was in City Living or whatever they call it. But someone didn't install a window banger unit correctly in one of their high rises, and unfortunately an air conditioner fell out. Think of like on Seinfeld, except with absolutely terrible results. It killed a child just walking on a sidewalk. So that's why they don't want fucking numpties just throwing in an air conditioner not properly installed. But it's weird. So like after that year that happened, you couldn't even have air conditioning, like except for on your balcony because it's not going to fall anywhere, or a portable unit where there is nothing hanging outside the window. And then now they want you to have like a letter signed by a lawyer saying you absolve like any, you know, like, hey, if this thing falls out of my fucking, you know, window, I'm gonna be liable, not the building. So that's sort of what they want to avoid. But I did a really great job there with those ladder poles, or even breaking a sweat. I mean, I always get afraid of that. Like I said, I mentioned many moons ago, I had a guy who I think we were in the one that's in the mansion, and that guy was just, I did not get a break, but I mean, I did do it. You know, I guess it's the way you learn. But yeah, for sure. I know her by reputation, this Lady Iceheart, but I'm afraid I have seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you. We shall. Well, Bastion, Essen, let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. Alright, let's find this where this Amdapur Keep is. I thought I was pretty, like, on top of, where all these things were, for sure. So, Brent, do you know where it is? Mr. Cloud, sorry. The secret's out of your name. Milhouse's dad. Amdapur. I would feel like that would be if it's not in Kurthus. You know, it's got to be an area that we've, you know, that's accessible to level 50. The Black Shroud Quarry Mill. All right, I know an easier way to get there. I will need to go back to DPS for this one. If it's a level 50, I am not a high enough with my mage, my white mage, to get there, unfortunately. I hope to go on my lovely bod. Just hit a second. Let me Quarry Mill. 3 minutes. All right, I'll be there. I'm just gonna go take a piss, a hot piss for those asking. I'll be right back. I'm back. Now we gotta find where this, oh god, I didn't want to hit that. God damn it, I always hate that. No, I didn't want to pick Charlene. Alright, there's 1,000 Maws. Antibor Keep, right down to the south there. To the south shores of the Jersey Shore. We'll get right there. How did I miss this one? Oh god. Oh god. Ah! So I don't have to do anything for this, right? Oh my god. This is a thing about a game that, like, you know, I can't fault them for adding in, you know, oh my god, flying. But I mean, like, when you never designed your game to not have flying and then people wanted it. I wonder, like, what are people's thoughts like nowadays? Like, would this game have been fine just without flying? I would have been probably chill with it, you know, if they designed it a certain way. Where the fuck is the entrance? No wonder I didn't fucking bother this place. Where's the fucking doorway? What am I missing here? I have a friend that played the game since 1.0. He says flying is the best thing that ever happened in this game. You probably have to do a quest on for fuck. Would it be in blue? Cloud, do you have the quest that you have to do it for? This is where this has happened, of where I have no fucking idea. House of the Dead? That's not it. The quest was for the realm. For fuck! I don't think I can do it. Where was the relic quest guy? Where was that? I think he means he has to do it for the relic. Unlocking that doesn't require the relic. Oh, okay. I mean, go ahead, see if you can. Speak to Lorien and Revenant's told Mordana to start the quest for keep's sake. Sorry. No! I mean, I am going to assume that if I can't, Manic Manor. What did you say? Lorien 22-8. It's got to be there. Do I have to? Oh, do I have to do another one? What the fuck are these people? It says like I'm literally standing on them. Here's Lorien. Maniac Manor. I'm also seeing you have to talk to, after completing the main story and the Aurum Vale, talk to Nedric, Ironheart, and Vesper Bay. Western Thanos, and the one I told you prior of it, hard version, so you'll need to actually go to Vesper Bay. So should I grab this one right now, or do we need to go to Vesper Bay first? Because I would assume she would have two if we finish up at Vesper Bay. God damn it. Vesper Bay. Hey, can't hurt. I think that one's for Hockey Manor. Hockey. Oaky Manor. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Vesper Bay. Where the fuck is that? Vesper Bay. Western Bay. Probably Horizon. Look what I'm doing here for you there, Cloud. We'll get there. That's what happens when you don't do any side quests. Weaponsmith. Memories rekindled. The Trauma Queen. Oh god, there's like a bunch of people there. All right. You gotta be in a meeting right now, so if Cloud can help you find this would be awesome. Oh god. Cloud, start doing your dirty work. We'll figure it out. I mean, we finished the story. We've done the Aurum Vale, I remember that. So we need to talk to Nedrick Ironheart. We'll figure this out. Mr. Ironheart, where are you? So I'm gonna say it's Ghosts of Andampur. That probably sounds about right. You don't mind me saying, it seems that you've been wanting to stimulation of late. That's quite palpable. Adventurers are as next of kin explorers to my friend like as you. Regular doses of excitement, unless you shrivel up and die. I would hate to see that happen to you, so I will take you and tell you of a place that will surely set your heart racing. Amdapur Keep. It's a ruined fortress situated in the South Shroud, dating back to the 5th Astral Era. The thought of delving into the past sets your loins afire. The keep will surely serve to quench it. The entrance is watched by a wood whaler named Maxine. Give her my name and she will tell you all you need to know. Alright, now we can go back there. Is this going to affect Mrs. Biscuits being in the dungeon? I know she said quick meeting, but okay. I thought that said a deep throat mouse. I was like, what the fuck? All right, yes, Nedrick's recommendation, please open it up for me. Is this the one that has the weird cube guys that you have to kill them on the on like that specific square, and if you don't have them fall on that square, you got to keep killing them? No, that's not. All right. Well, we have it available. If you want to do the honors, Shaner. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't think so. Give us 1 second, Miss. Okay, that's fine. I can wait. Okay, direct me where... You said it before. Where's that start of that relic weapon quest? I have a feeling it's around. It was by it was in a. There's a word I'm trying to think of. I don't think it was here. God damn it, what's the word I'm trying to think of? This is gonna piss me off. Fuck. North Shroud. It was Hearst Mill, I want to say, but I don't see anything there. Yeah, Hearst. That's where I was thinking of. Hearst Mill. All right. We will get there. I guess this is one of those nice things of having the captions be there now, right? That's the nice part of it, I guess. So my thing is, I have to remember of like, so I have like this quest, this Requiem on Ice. Take your time, Biscuits. Take your time, please. Please, don't worry about it. It's just one of those, like I'm trying to think of like, oh, do I have to go there? Is that where the quest is going to be? Or if I have to do a bunch of stuff before I get sent to Hearst Mill? Because I do roughly remember that relatively. Yeah, you know, go grab a beer, go grab a bite to eat, go have a quickie if it tickles your fancy, folks. I love these just purely for the matter of just grabbing a drink. I don't see a quest there, which is making me think of I've probably got to do a bunch of stuff for Sanson before then they send me to Hearst Mill to go and get that done. I guess, anyways. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think it was either Lion Eve or it was someone back over here. Probably the peeps in here. Just getting a good stretch in there, eh? Don't you be bringing your chocobos in here, you crazy nanny. Repair all my gear, as useless as it may be. $5.1 million. Alright, let's head back to this Requiem on Ice, because, you know, if we're going to do anything, and also that happened to be right next to where the other quest was for the main story, so it sort of is all going to be good. So the Falcon's Nest, we go. Eating up these silver wolves, how dare you! That's essentially the same one that it's been, but yeah, so this is like one of those unfortunate things of like, you know, you're nowhere near anything. Like now, you know, we can't fly there to get anywhere quickly. It's just, you know, good luck. Try to get some new areas. Everywhere's mountainous. Burlap. Like a dragon's head in the background. Oh god. Ate it again. I should be relatively careful. Oh, come on! Oh my god. White birds can't jump. That's literally it. That's literally it. That's over there, but it oh, who's that guy? Oh, stay away from him. Ah, don't chase after me, you hoser. 462. Oh, God. Do not attack me. I was expecting that to just come out of nowhere. Oh, this is terrible. Oh my God, can't you jump up? Where's your vertical leap? You're a fucking bird. Oh my God, this is terrible. This is terrible. Terrible. All right, the Dottie Finder. We are going to do Amdapur Keep. Yeah, so I guess this is new to me. Scary already, terrifying. Oh, it's like some type of cult leader thing. Which one of you is Elon Musk? It's a fancy castle, fancy boys. He's attacking me. Oh my God, that big man Duhalaman is coming for it. It's coming right for us. Is a lot of hypography right there. How come you switched on over to Ninja now, Cloud? Is that the new hotness? You just fell in love with it, or you're just leveling it up? Felt like a change. Fair enough. Nothing wrong with the change. The Soul Collector, eh? Fallers, it really is. Wait, when do we get the— oh my God! Oh my God, some giant thing is attacking me that looks like he's from Dark Souls. finish. Oh, I was just gonna say that's not the guy. I think my cat is bored. Aren't most cats bored? I thought it was very hilarious when I came home this morning. Oreo would just not leave me alone. Just was like all over my face when I was trying to go to sleep, but just like, you know, purring ever so loud in my face. And like, how do you say no to that, right? Come on, come on. There you go. It's nice to feel loved by our furry friends. Ah! Oh my god. There's always a bigger fish. She's been meowing into the void. That's what you do. That's what you do. Oh, the aerial flow. Hey, anybody want a mercenary's pot helm? Everyone does. Every time I open my door into our hallway, because we have to separate Charlie and Coco, God knows whatever reason, but Charlie can hear like me just taking like a single step or my chair moving, and he's like meow, thinking like he's gonna get to the escape or whatever. Meow. Orange cat syndrome, the best. I think I asked this before, Kat. Ever any interest in playing the online sensation known as Final Fantasy XIV? I know MMOs aren't everybody's cup of tea, especially when you're very much like me and have a lot on your plate in regards to games and everything. So. Very little time to play them. Yeah, I like to finish games, so no, good. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I mean, there is an end game, I would assume, eventually. It's got to take you days, weeks, months, possibly even years. This Brono tour, eh? Brono tour? Brono tour. Somebody. This bro. Yeah, but Zelda's Zelda, man. Zelda's good. What's wrong with Zelda? Every once in a while I have to fight the urge, because I've never played Tears of the Kingdom. I want to, just haven't picked it up yet. But I gotta fight every urge every once in a while, still not play Breath of the Wild, right? Because I got it rocking on the Wii U emulator, you know, the whole 60 frames per second. You know, it runs beautifully. It's one of those deals, like, you can get lost in that game. I'm assuming it's the same as for Tears of the Kingdom, right? Because that, you know, very similar, right? It's weird. I'm like, for how much I loved Breath of the Wild, and you know, like, funny as I want to play more of it, I'm sort of just like stuck on that, like, you know. I think it's because I know that like Tears of the Kingdom would be another long game, and not that I'm disparaging it or not looking forward, but I just almost feel like I said before, it's how I treat with Cold Steel. Like, I just sort of need something a little different, you know, just to cleanse the palate, if you will, before we jump on into some, you know, into reverie, of course, after we finish and whatnot. All right, I just need that. I need something different for a little bit. Look at this thing. The demon wall. He looks fun. Not stand in the purple, would be my guess. Why would you push me back like that? That was mean. Wait about 45 hours of Tears of the Kingdom in 2023, so out down a bit, but now back at it. Oh. You just walk behind this fake wall. Oh god, I want this period flow. Need more of these items. Dear God, I must have too many chest items. They're just throwing shit at me here. After I'm done this stream, I'm gonna have to absolutely clean up my inventory. This is ridiculous. I do like the look of this place. I mean, you know, as dreary as it may be, if I had to follow a cult following, and all at the end I was gonna get was some Kool-Aid. I mean, you know, I have a shelter. You know, I get a roof over my head, right? Nicely done there, everybody. That was a good pull. Nice, long, hard pull. You know, it's hard to take these bunnies seriously, but by God, when they do, I'm still waiting on some proper memes for my changing into a Vieira there. Biz Biscuits. If you have something better, like, you know, potato like I got for the Lalafell, you let me know. I'm always all ears. There's the pun right there, right? The advantage of just being able to never shut up while streaming, right? While everyone else has got to pay attention and do stuff and type and walk around and all that stuff. I'm sitting here yapping about God knows what. Getting every thought out of my mind. While people inside, you know, in the audience are just like, does this guy ever shut the fuck up? No, I don't. Dance like no one's watching. Talk as if you have 1,000 people watching. Beer ain't gonna drink itself. This thing pretty. And that Taboga, eh? That's quite the name. Imminent catastrophe. What on earth does that mean? Ow, it means terribleness. Clean. I shot him right into the rectum with my my bow and arrow. Look at that! What a pretty bunch. I even like even Cloud's outfit. Very nice. I mean, Koromaru and Mr. and Mrs. Biscuit. They look like they're about to go get some sushi somewhere. Perhaps even go off to the you know, I haven't heard of it in a while. The horny pig, if you will, ladies and gentlemen. The horny pig. Was there any others there, Mr. Cloud, that you needed to have accomplished? As we head on back. You are checking. All right. I guess I'm returning. Oh, I was looking for a compass thing. Northwest. Is there a I know there's southwest. Is there an airline for the Northwest? The ass pool. Where Cloud goes every weekend. Every weekend to the ass pool. You think I'd be able to see it if it was like this goddamn close? The Southwest. It's like, oh, there it is. God damn. Oh, yeah, the good old ass pool. Who doesn't appreciate an ass pool, right? Oh, come on. Sa ka na magsalando. All right. Buenos Dios. Alright, heading back. Oh, okay. That hurt. That tickled. That tickled. Oh, someone's flying near me. I see ya. I see ya. That is to say, I saws yas. She's got the zoomies now. Does your cat normally have zoomies? Cat, like, you know, usually at night. It can be random for cats. I know it's more random for dogs, like at all hours of the day, but cats are generally from, at least my cats are, you know, nighttime zoomies. All three of them just get fucked. She's nearly 16, so I don't expect. That's what makes it even more weirder, right? Like, oh god, you got the zoomies now. Gonna break a hip. Surely one of these people would have encountered in heretics while out hunting. Pray speak with as many as you can, bastard. Why don't you talk to these people, these boorish bowmans? Is there any heretics in the area? You hunt dragons, so heaven forbid I even talk to you, right? Do you know who the fuck I am? I'm the warrior of light. Without me, there is no you. Looking for them heretics, eh? Why don't you go on bother Paraquay or someone? I don't know, Paraquet, Paraquay. Don't know, Sanson. Hi. You found the soldier for this side quest of the bard variety. Although she admits to singing the song, she refuses to teach it to us. Weird. Guy Dello is doing his best to coax on out of her, but for once, his way with the women may serve as an honorable cause. Hilarious. The only way you can tell her age is by how her primordial pouch sags. Yeah. Coco is getting there. I think she is 8. She's got the pouch. It's a little bit down there or whatever. She's a sassy girl though, so. And you can only play with her on her terms, of course. Right, Coco? If I was to pick her up right now and hold her in front of the camera, I would have to cover my hands in bandages because there would be none left. It'd have to be amputated. Glitter is also sassy as fuck. Yeah. There's something to appreciate about a sassy cat, though, right? Like, it's funny. Like there's a level of appreciation as a cat owner to appreciating the sassiness, right? Heretics, is it? I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. Well, we would be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking with the rest of these people. Oh, if it please my lord, I'm Paraquet, soldier by trade, and though not much of one, if I'm honest, if it weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear, I see. While she is sassy, she never scratches furniture or goes outside the litter box. I can't say that much about my furniture, unfortunately. But it was by order of Ser Jantalat's father. As long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy about what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, but plenty of low-born lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they even start their second battle. And once they've got to thinking how unfair it is all, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. From what I hear, the simple promise of freedom tends to do it. She also never walks on the kitchen counter and doesn't knock stuff over. She's surprisingly well behaved. My cats do like to come on the counter, but they're never ones to just knock shit over. And they only get over surprisingly up on the kitchen counter because I'm giving them their wet food. So they for whatever reason they have the expectation of like, oh, won't he bring it down to us? I have to come up here and get it. But you know, they're very good. They listen. They listen better than some humans. I know. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbed on down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know that you're serious about joining their ranks. Apparently send up some purple smoke and the bastards come to you. That's convenient. Is that so? Well, I'm minded to start a flare. She's the type to whine at the crack of dawn. Wake up, human. Does she ever bop you on the head when she wants you to wake up? Or is it just like the ever so tireless meow of like, I always remember seeing, like, I'm sure it's an internet meme throughout, but I always remember seeing it on Instagram, the orange cat that goes, I go meow, I go meow, I go meow, and then someone puts some meme about of like, wake up, human, because I'm gonna go meow all the time. No, but she'll get in bed, get really close to my face, sniff, and then go meow. That's great. Who can't appreciate that, right? Oh, there's just all of a sudden a lot to do here. You're gonna offer me an aether current, eh? All right, finally. We must find the means of producing a signal of a purple hue. Well, find someone with purple hair, light it on fire, and poof! There you go. But you heard of a tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak on his campfire, and aside from the terrible stench, the story described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flame was tinged a deep violet. You're a monster hunter, so why don't you go on out and get one of these yaks so we can figure shit out, right? Master Alphanode, you and I shall gather wood for the fire, and I'll take the both of us to get enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let's meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the Fruits of Labor. Is that a bar that we can meet at? I am rather curious. Who did they want me to speak with? Guy Doe for the other one. Might as well while we're here. She just bought me when she wants food. A good bopping. right? Every good human needs a good bopping from their cat owners, right? Because we are owned by the cats. We don't own the cats. They are the gods. You won't sing for us, I don't have a problem with that, but could you at least tell us why ease our disappointment? Oh, I'm no bard, just a simple soldier, and it's not a song I would willingly sing. The lady has spoken. Seems to me there's nothing else we can do. You would give up just like that? We have a duty to accomplish. Well, then you try her. Begging your pardons, but your comrade gave me to understand that an operation is due to be conducted presently. I mean, dragon numbers are on the rise, and we go on to call them. Oh, if you were not adverse, we would like to lend you our aid. The operation would be better for extra hands, and you should have an occasion to employ the song in battle. We'd be able to hear it. Well, very well. I mean, you may join us, but one condition. You are to provide our forces with support only. Gotta listen to people with pink hair, right, Cat? They're always super serial. We got work to do. The operation will take place at the Twin Pools in the north and the west. Let's present ourselves to the commander and offer him our aids. Oh, and he throws a hissy fit when I do something spontaneous. Huh. Let's make ourselves useful. The only way a bard can. Singing a song. Side by side. Where are we going? Are we going the right way? Does look like the right way. All right. What time is it? 1:30. Do you guys want to do one more dungeon run where I am the Dark Knight Batman? Get it out of my system. I do like to do those every once in a while. Sure. There's my woolly yaks. We do not have any currents. Mr. Biscuits. As long as it doesn't take half an hour, I'm game. I fucking hope it doesn't take half an hour. I mean, I only have an hour myself, so I'm assuming a low-level dungeon to level 30 is not going to take more than a half an hour. Oh, God, that feels good. Where are we heading today? Where are we heading? Oh, fucking... Not my most favorite. My work is cut out for me. Waiting hers. It has been... I don't think I've done this one as a tank, so just bear with me currently as I get my bearings straight. I mean, I think even if we actually just take our time here, it shouldn't take too long, so... Thank you. Oh, thank you. Just follow the jumping people. Then we have to get this guy rocking, and doesn't he do something fun? All right. Now we go back over there, right? I mean, this is a pretty dungeon. I'll give it that. You know, lots of lush, worldly land. I start to see the enjoyment that you get from playing a Dark Knight and such, Ms. Biscuits. There is a level of enjoyment to it, absolutely. I think I also like, maybe it's just me, but like there is a little bit aspect to like being a tank and sort of having that, just that little bit of control, right? I mean, everyone wants to be in control a little bit, right? You're like healing near something else, like, what, the front door? I don't know. There's our goblin friends again. They are everywhere. Oh, okay. Me to see just a dragoon jump up out of nowhere. It really is, like, just to see them just jump up out of goddamn nowhere and just come on down with the death. What am I glowing red for? Enmity. And enmity. Oh, I remember many a polls as DPS, this going very wrong. People. Ah! Stuck on that, you melon head. one of those disadvantages of streaming while having to pay attention, you know, it sort of takes a hit. I was explaining this to a guy at work. I was like, telling him to get into streaming, you know, even the very basics if you ever wanted to get into it. I always encourage people to get into streaming. I think it's a great outlet for a lot of things. But I was explaining to him, I was like, you know, you got to be one of two things. You either got to be good at a game, like a Shroud. Shroud is as boring as a piece of cardboard, but he's really good at games. Or you've got to be entertaining, you know, and then if you are relatively good at the game, that's just like a bonus. I don't think I'm good at games at all, but I think I'm relatively entertaining, and that's what puts the butts in the seats. Someone called me entertaining. Absolutely. It's the hair. It really is. The hair just wraps the whole product just fully together there, Cat. And the poop. Oh, well, of course. I mean, no one has dared denying the poop shelf. I mean, and then, you know, if you were in Japan and you know you were utilizing the bidet, I mean, please tell me when you were in Japan, you had the futuristic Japanese bidet toilet, right? Perhaps a Toto washlet. I don't even think they know what a normal toilet is in Japan. I don't think that's like in their vocabulary. I really wish, like, you know, in North America, bidets were a little bit more of a, you know, an everyday thing. I can't believe that we are just perfectly fine of just wiping our arses with paper and calling it a day. You know, it is a little weird. Over there and I'm like, are those guys like clout chasers? Like, what does it say? Maybe that's why enemas are so popular, as they should be, right? Everyone should be having daily enemas, right? Whether that's a sip of the coffee or, you know, you're sticking a hot water bottle up your ass. I don't know what you do, but, you know, to each their own. Stay healthy out there, folks. Make sure doctors might be doing it if you need a little help. I don't know. I remember correctly, this is the guy that puts a bunch of crap on the ground. And I'm assuming at our level it will not take a while, but it can fill up the area fairly quickly. Yeah, you don't want to be around it. What are you gonna hit me with there, big boy? Poison. That was your big to-do right there? Someone hit him with the limit break for me, please. Show him the ways of a bidet. Very much. That was worthy of putting this boy up on a poop shelf, if I do ask so myself. Battle Mage's robe. That looks nice. Didn't roll really what we needed to there, but sure. I mean, I feel like we're already on the subject of it. When was everyone's last enema? Kat, you go first. Followed by Cloud, finally Mrs. Biscuits, then Wolfslayer, and then I'll tell you when I had mine. Can you imagine just anyone, just coming into this channel out of nowhere like, oh, this looks like a relatively interesting stream of Final Fantasy XIV, and they come in while I'm talking about that? Now, whether or not then they hit the subscribe button after that, that's up to them. That's obviously up to them. Like and subscribe. Never had one, but your mom always raved about them. Well, obviously you're missing out on something, Kat. Although I have also not had one myself yet. I feel like Wolfslayer absolutely has had at least 4 or 5. I don't know why I get that vibe, but I absolutely think of like that. If there's anybody here that's gonna have a clean system, it's him. I don't know why, but I just, I think we could start a rumor about him about it. It's great when people can't defend themselves in chat either, right? There's always that. Alrighty. We're nearby on so many things. Let's go and get this one out. Speak with the Convictor Knight, if we will. He wasn't even far. And we discovered a new location. What do you got over here for us? Join the cull? Yes. Seeing as you are skilled in the bow, you may help us by thinning out the beasts. I'll mark a spot on your map and pray focus your efforts upon this area. I will be right back. Gotta go take another quick pee, probably the last one before we wrap her up for the day, because I got about 45 minutes to stream at least. So I will be right back. Brush off an enema. We've got the Convictor Knight. You shall remain close, Sanson? Great! Do as you will, just as see that you do not overreach yourself. Alright, I will not overreach on anybody. Go to our assigned positions and do what we always do. Straightforward enough. Is it? Is it? Speak with you ever again if I don't have to. Reese, 5 seconds before that all ended. Where are we heading here? This is where, like, would it be better for me to go up around there? I don't know if that, like, leads that way, or if, like, I can get up here. Like, see, it doesn't look like I can get up there. Fuck! I know you want me to fucking just explore here. But don't give me these false hopes of, like, getting up on you know, cliff tops. Only to fuck me. There. Aren't you? Oh, forgot. I was gonna lose it if you couldn't make that fucking vertical. Gonna lose it. Oh, it would seem collecting firewood's a new experience for Master Alphinaud. Must have been privileged upbringing, you don't say. Have you had the hides that we need? Yes, I do. Here's your yak hides. I hope we have all of the wonderful purple goddamn smoke that we need to call the aliens. That's not much of a fire.
I should have known it would be you. Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent. Now, tell me why you are here.
I feel like this is the type of woman that wants someone to just get straight to the point. Don't tickle around the bush here and say, "Oh, we'd like to speak with you," blah blah blah. No, we want your help here.
So, you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion.
See?
If you
Gets
but
me.
knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains.
She's gonna tell us about her first experience of getting an enema. I didn't think the game got that deep.
'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elizan tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home.
Wait, is this what this place looked like before, you know, winter happened?
Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragons.
Kurthas!
And they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva. While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm, Heavensward, in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster.
Did she have dragon sex?
In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elizan is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Heavensward, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him. Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity.
I think that's illegal in about 46 states.
Hraesvelga ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound.
You can probably still get away with it in Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, Kansas. Absolutely.
In the days that followed,
West Virginia for sure.
man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world
Have you
had
partaked?
known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace,
Oh, that's gonna get me a slap.
as it would to this day, had vilest envy
Hit him with the high.
in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the bounty.
I mean, isn't that the John Denver song? Isn't that what that entire song is
A
about?
traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by
Country road, West Virginia, something mama, doing dragons. Right? Writes itself. I only know John Denver from the Muppets. That's it.
Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words
Didn't
will
we like
stay
remove
his
someone's
fury.
eye already? Was that even this game? I know we did that in Final Fantasy VIII, but
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart.
take me home, country road, to the place I belong, West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home, country road. I think that's about right. That sounded about right. But again, until there's a Muppet involved, that's about it.
Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Know how I know? Because they blast that shit at every Mario Land of Oz outdoor function where white people are present. That is Sweet Caroline. Isn't that always generally quite often where white people are present in the Mario Land of Oz? Oh, you just like had it in your back pocket.
Good gods!
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case. Now, it would seem, he has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
So we just got some guy holding on to a dragon's eye. And these dragons are going crazy over it because said person has the eye. But Lady Iceheart believes that that's not the reason why they're going crazy. Some guy. Well, technically true.
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea.
Wait, you're saying this guy is the greatest soldier Ishgard has to offer, and because I just referred to him as some guy, I barely know him. Look, Y2 Cloud already told me, okay? He has gear that looks better than this guy. So doesn't that make Y2 Cloud possibly a better soldier of Ishgard, better than this guy? Some guy?
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead?
I mean, look, I'm all but just a lowly bard. Nobody listens to me except for when I break out the minstrel unit of song and strum it all, and everyone just enjoys it as I'm going pimping my hose. But I digress.
Show no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
You still believe that a peaceable solution can be
I
found?
mean, we're always thinking up here, Y2 Cloud. We're always thinking. Did my captions just shit themselves? Can't be mentioned hose.
Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of Dragon Khan.
I don't want to go there.
We shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
What if we run into that whale again? Oh god. My crystal heart's going crazy. So bright. So bright. Don't mind me, I'm just having a heart attack.
Is aught amiss, my friend? I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Hey, my little friend came back.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee...
Was this guy the guy that was having sex with Shiva, or no? I mean, not this little dragon, but the big dragon, or was that many moons ago and not the same dragon? An ether current. Alright. So, these ether currents, until I find them all in this specific area, I'm assuming I cannot fly in this area. And then you have to find ones for each area. They're going to be taking monies again. You are Bastion. Yes, pray address me as you sail, if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, it is not that fate should bring us together. Never did I think walking alongside the warrior of light. But history's full of unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way on into Dravani again? I mean, the chill of Western Highlands is unrelenting. Let's soon be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. You know what? Me too. be on the beaches of Punta Cana, drinking absolutely nothing but brown liquor. No by currents. God dang it. This little furball. His name's Room. Why does surveying take so long? For once, my chocobo is actually doing someone decent with, having some aggro. So nice that, someone plays their part every once in a while. I mean, I don't want my chocobo Reese Peanut Buttercup to die. I don't want that. Or you can say it weird like some Americans, Reese's. I don't know what's wrong with them there, but... This is so convenient to have these side quests right where we're doing our main quests. Not once did Selene perform the song, and although the operation itself was a success, her people suffered heavy losses. Farewell, my friends. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Will Arnott on TV calls them the way we did. Right, yes. So I feel like, being that we were singing Country Road, rest now, all valiant souls, lay down your weary heads, go unto the bosom of fury, in whose exalted name you bled. A requiem? A song to send souls unto the heavens. This is what it was. So we thought this Song of Oblivion, that it was going to just eliminate all of our enemies, was actually just a song of mourning. You were a fool. For once, Sanson is right. Let's show our respects to Selene's fallen comrades. With a kneel and a meow. So many lives have been lost. Oh, you want me to salute you? I don't feel bad. Men fall far too often in this war we rage. Wishing to spare myself the pain of loss, I've kept my comrades at a distance. And yet I always find myself racked with regret that I didn't reach out to them before they were taken. Far better to taste pain than to live with regret. There's no need to deprive yourself on the joy of friendship. I won't. Not anymore. I shall learn to savor the time I have with my comrades, as should you. The two of you bicker like an old couple, but life is too short to waste squabbling with your own, so cast aside your differences and have joy of each other's company while you still can. As far as the Requiem I sang, I was taught it by my scholar of Ishgardian history. If there's a man alive, there is men alive in here. Who knows the song you seek? It will be he. Silvio is his name, and you will find him at Tailfeather. I suggest you pay him a visit. I take my leave of you. Alright. The Dravonian Forelands. Oh, you still have a quest, even though she sort of told me what to do. Let's go to Tailfeather, as she recommends. They may know something more than we do. There we go. I hate stuff like that of like, someone tells you to go somewhere, just give me the next quest, like, as part of it. Don't make me having to go somewhere else and click something and start all this garbage. No, I don't want the black chocobo. Oh, well, Off we go. No currents nearby. Just a bunch of goo. Just following me. When are we gonna get back to some lush Greenland? You know, away from the bitter cold where my nipples know never but recovery.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Al, where lies the ancient home of dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
Looks like I got my answer. There's some ether currents right there. Go grab that. We'll go talk to Yisal. You're making excellent progress. Well, thank you. It's easy when you have some good friend. I never get tired of listening to the Heavensward music. It is a very good score. Very good. We now stand on the threshold of Dravania, the path to Som-Al, which takes us far to the west beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It will be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest we take our rest at the village up ahead and see what we are properly provisioned. There's a village here? But I thought these lands are the sole domain of dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in so perilous a place? Well, the wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Markshamp, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections. Going to this ceaseless chatter, if we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do so before Ishgard burns. It's funny how, like, we still have not even, like, really touched upon, like, where the Pope was carrying on about, like, you know, obviously there's another plan going on, and we're not privy to it. I think I'm going down to the north or the southwest. You're crazy. Although it's it honestly is probably in here, would be my guess. So we might just make a little beeline. Boy, it feels so goddamn slow. Like, I mean, I know, like, I get it. New area, you know, you're not going to be having some added, you know, speed to which we should be traveling with, but yeesh. What about the chocobo music, though, Wolfslayer? You ever get tired of that? It's not going to be here, is it? It's not going to be here. God damn it. Travel here for nothing. There's got to be, like, further over here, unfortunately. That is what sucks. That's a good joke. Did you ever hear about the restaurant on the moon? Great food, no atmosphere. Can't bring it to myself just to murder these poor wild chocobos. I'm trying to think. Do I want to go up here? Can't even really go up there anyways. God dang it. You know what I would like? I would like if they would sort of do like different takes on the chocobo music. Just like, you know, it just says something like a little different type of thing. Chocobo keep. Like, you know, maybe like an electric guitar type of sound. Just every time you get on, it was a little random instead of just the same thing all the time. All right, Sanson, what do you got for us? Silvio is presently afield on one of his surveys. We got to await his return. What thoughts do you have on Selene's inner struggles? Don't let him know about my inner thoughts. That's some deep stuff, brother. I didn't know we were talking to Hulk Hogan. Truly insightful. A pity that's all lost on Sanson. The bastard's got eyes for naught but his bloody tome. Our mission takes us ever more into perilous territory. Pray see it that you are fully prepared for the trials ahead. What did you just give me? You gave me an Imperial arrow, or an Emperor arrow, however you would say it. And that's going to nail somebody for 240. So this is my like my gripe with stuff like this. I just learned a new action, a new move, if you will. But if I want to go and do a leveling dungeon on the low end, I can't use that. Like, essentially, when I look at that, that's an attack for 240 with a recast time of 15 seconds. That looks like that replaces Bloodletter. Right now, I know I get 2 charges with a Bloodletter. But, you know, 15-second recharge, double the power, but I can't use that. It was funny when Hogan tweeted to Bam saying he missed him. Bam then goes, I'm still alive. Oh, yeah, he thought he died. I still feel like that's one death that, I'm shocked that hasn't happened yet. It seems like every 5 seconds, there's always something that Bam Margera is bitching about. That, you know, Steve-O or Johnny Knoxville has fucking wronged him in some way, shape, or manner. Not blame himself. Well, tan my hide and call me Leatherface. We have visitors. That's funny. That was funny. Oh, if it ain't the lovely Ysayle. Been too long, girl. That it has, Marchand. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Somme Au. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? So instead of now calling her Lady Iceheart, we're now going to refer to her as a much harder name for me to pronounce, Ysayle. Of course, yeah, stay as long as you'd like. In fact, I wouldn't even suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I'm not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Ysayle not explain things to you, boy? You've seen them towering kelm trees all about, haven't you? I mean, if you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see above the ground. And as you'd expect, the local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. Oh, I see. Thank you for the explanation. Ysayle. So do I have to really just draw that out like Ysayle. Right? Just like once when Hapu Nahashabina Pakapakalon from The Simpsons once worked a 72-hour straight shift at the Quickie Mart. He became a hummingbird. Right? You're welcome now, but I won't stop. Ysayle here, but dragons ain't the only things you need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. It's funny to me to think of, I look at this gear, level 125. Not bad. But it looks like rather some swashbuckling type of attire. Not screaming to me like, and might I add, that's a look right there, right? Pantsless. But I am trying to think of, like, I mean, I know that Wolf Slayer is always wonderful in offering some gear. But if I want to just have this, just in case if I swap it out, you know, because I would be coming fairly soon to that. So I think I might just take some of this gear. It's not like I need the money, right? But also at the same time, I'm also running out of pieces. I'll have to do a clean of the inventory after I sign off. You have bad news for me? Oh my god, I haven't played this in forever. I ain't got time for bloody cards. There's hunting that needs to be done. Oh, sorry. I know you're gonna be so upset about it. And then you see, then, you know, so then it offers up this, so then I can take the money here, you know, because I don't need any of these. I dare say you'd be wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? I didn't know this guy was Canadian. Well, I'll tell you, the bloody Nath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalo crab and taught that thing how to walk on two legs. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. They're even taken to the harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. And where they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come by after my lot. You can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Nath's home territory. Alright. Oh, that is a bookshelf and not a door. It would seem that there's a change in Dravania. The Nath were not caused strife when I lived here. You lived here? In Dravania? Oh, it was in the following of the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its burrows, but that was when I chanced upon Hersvalger. He had descended upon his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Marshakant found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health, and in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying the Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would be the most fitting description, but they're a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside the borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. Well, they have changed then. What of it? I mean, we have not the time to creep through the underbrush in some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Somael and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. A more direct path, then. Very well. Let us follow the trail west out of the forest and make the statue of the Stained One. From there, we shall have a fair view of the road that leads to Somael. Shall we? We shall. So that's where is that one? When Naths cry? That's still here, so I should probably still staying with that. Just making sure we're keeping up with that quest as well for the bard stuff. So just a question. Do these bard quests always just keep going? Like right up to like level 90? Or do they stop at like level 60? You're gonna give me the iron jaw. Oh, this was the one I was always thinking about, because I knew there was a move that if you were using your dots, that instead of having to redo the dots, you would throw on iron jaws, and that would take care of it. They're consistent up to level 70, then you have one at level 80. Okay. You come at a good time, Bastion. Silvio and his expedition are due to return any moment now. Help, for God's sakes! Oh, hear my tale, I beg you! A group of us were surveying ancient ruins when we stumbled on into Nath territory. The creatures took us captive, and I was the only one who managed to flee. Tell me, the leader of your party, a man named Silvio? How did you know? I mean, yes, he used a hired sword. I ran back to Tailfeather as swiftly as my legs, could carry me, but no one here is willing to help us. And why the hell's not? Well, going into Nath territory is tantamount to suicide. They warned us, but we ignored them, thinking we could manage. How wrong we were. They keep going until the game says you're done. I imagine they'll add more job quests with Dawn Trail, and after level 70, they become role quests instead of job quests. 70 to 90, you'll have quests specific to ranged dips. Okay. Their people are in need, Bastion. Are we going to ignore their plight, or are we going to lend them our aid? Oh, for fuck's sakes. But, of course. I know no other way. Well, that was a rhetorical question, but thanks for humoring me all the same. We'll go and rescue these people, and I'm sure you do no less enthused, even if Silvio weren't among them. As for you, friend, while we're off saving your employer's arse, I want you to tell the craven bastards here that they're a bunch of craven bloody bastards. Needless to say, I'm coming as well. Let's begin the scouting the entrance to the Loth Ast Gnath. Is that like a dungeon? Could be. I don't know. Yeah, we are just grooving today. We are just absolutely grooving. Where are we heading? Oh god. Oh, what the Really? Really, game? Really? You sure about that? I'm so confused about, at times, where on earth they want me to go through here. Gee, what is that? Is that Dwayne The Rock Johnson? How do I get out of here? How do I get out of... Like, are we kidding ourselves? Where's the exit here? Jesus. Like, it looks like it's right here. Clearly not. Clearly not. Can I fly? No. How do I get out of here? This is terrible. This is Charles Barkley terrible. Like, it didn't look like I got through that way either. This is not fun. I mean, you would think of, like, just follow the path. Maybe that'll get you there. I don't know. Is there a boat I'm supposed to be taking out of here? Now, what the, like, where am I supposed to go? Like, that ain't it. That ain't it. Imagine. Where am I? How am I supposed to get out of here? You want me to go that way, right? Right, game? Maybe? You want me to go up? Up. Sure. Maybe I should actually freaking read. Worse than dragons. This not flying business is really hurting me. Like when doves cry. Chocobo Forest. There we go. A new location. Do you have an ether current I could have? 198 yalms? What the fuck is a yalm? A meter? The Bandersnatch. Could be anything. I was just gonna say, like it said, like it wasn't that far. Time's at 2:30. Probably about time if I just head on over and do this quest. We'll probably wrap her on up. I would love to play more. Small human needs to be picked up. I do wonder, like, in this day and age now, of like, I mean, I know when I was a kid, like, I wasn't walking to school at his age, even though I lived relatively as close as we do to school. But you know, I have to assume that like at some point, the little guy will be more than capable of walking to school on his own. Can we trust people nowadays? I don't know. Ilm is an inch, flume is a foot, yalm is a yard, mom's a mile. Your mom's a mile. All right. That makes a lot of sense now that you bring it up, for sure. Why are some of these so goddamn far away? Like, is there really not that much? Guess not, but I look forward to also forgetting about all of that information that you just told me, and then asking again, how big is this? How big is that? Who knows? Nobody knows. I don't know if he like blew himself up or what there. Keep heading to the west, getting, you know, obviously so much more. 725 yalms to the west. Not really going over there, but probably if I can go over there, the Annex Shrine would probably be a good spot to get to. There's another porter there. Just don't know if like it's easily accessible because I don't know. It's weird of all the amount of time I've played this game. And like, so like there's areas like this, like I have to interact with this destination in order to get something, whether it's you know, a bad guy or whatever. And then there's the area we just came to, a purple circle. Like if you just step into it, the enemies pop up, right? There's no avoiding them. You get fucked. Should we chance to meet Marchamp again? I mean, remind me to thank him. Had you not warned us to expect the Nath, I doubt I would be standing here. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgadian? The style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. The structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old, remnant of the age when our ancestors and dragonkind lived together in peace. Plain this is evidence of our erroneous past. I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of Gervanian masters. The rubble inspires no such awe in me. Oh, stubborn fool! How desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Enough, both of you! You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Bastion, pray reason with these two. I feel like a grunt. Absolutely. Settles it. Like Tim Allen, just grunting. Oh. Gods above, even Bastion's lost patience with you. We have a common goal, lest you forget, to prevent a war which would claim countless lives on both sides. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Bastion's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estin. You would have me keep my counsel until Bastion's visions confirm the truth? Alright, bait me, but not. Our meeting with Hizralvga is likely to provide with the catalyst if Bastion's gift requires, as it did with mine. Press on. Alright, so now I can grab the monies and get that quest complete. And you know, I would argue absolutely perfect timing. Some lovely ladies in the background and some scripture by Chocobo. we're here to call it a day. Back again tomorrow with Cold Steel 4. Probably a normalish time, probably 9:30, 10 a.m. start, depending on how early or how late I am with dropping the little guy off, and back again to the same time. And then work Wednesday, Thursday, because I switched my shift, unfortunately. But I made some good progress, and I might even play this a little bit later, to progress on some stuff. So we'll play obviously anything but the MSQ, but I might try to get that red mage running or see where we get with the bard. So thank you as always. As Kenny Omega says, it's time for me to bounce out and say goodbye and good night. Bang. Yeah, we're out. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Oh, you stepped on my penis. The best kind of penis. Bye-bye.